Hey, Saturnia guy. Hey, Scott, do you want a sub? You want a sub, dude? It's time. We need to hit 15. Sure, alright. I don't even know how to do it. Give me a second. Fuck, I gotta be on my actual channel. Wait, can I do it from here? Gift a sub? No. Uh. Gift a viewer. I'd like to do like a big bomb drop gift. Yes. Well. But, apparently when you give to community, it can also give to the fucking bots in the chat too. Like, electrical longboard and stuff like that. Which is kind of silly, so. Give a subscription. PayPal. What the fuck? Eh? Then. Ah! Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Eh? Yeah, I didn't get hacked in the last time I went in. No, I just want to use my PayPal wallet, dude. Fucking, I don't want to actually use my, fuck. I got like 500 bucks on my PayPal, dude. Just fucking use it, stupid. The point. Well, great. Is it working? Ah! There you go. Wow, 1 subscriber mode not for long. Hey, Kaba, you want a sub, dude? You want what? You want a sub? No? Why not? Hey, Koji, you want a sub? You can't say no, dude. We need to reach 15. What? 9? You're allergic. Well, I'm just gonna kill you. We need... Can I... You're getting a sub, Koji. You don't even get the trees. Is it complete? Oh, is it do it? Does it do it right away? Is it hacked into my PayPal now? Oh no. It's that easy. Come on, you're getting a sub too. Fuck it. You get it. Whether you like it or not. It's just that way. Come on, getting a sub. Meow, 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 meow. Nice. Soon we'll be able to use 2 emotes. No. Isn't that insane? Alright, how many sub points do we have? 10 out of 15! What do you mean? I think it's just in... Yeah, 11 out of 15. There we go, that's much better. Now we just need to find more people to curse with the gift. Dude, I'm a sub gifter. Look at that. A Pog Champ. Look. Well, I can give people who aren't here. Well, they need to know that I'm such a nice guy. Like, well, I'm gonna start watching Gaungade all the time. I was thinking of giving one to my bot though, but yeah, one to Ghost. That's a good plan, actually. That way he's gonna be like, what the fuck? Now I gotta give a sub to Gaungade. But who does that? Who gives a Ghoulson sub? What the fuck? Do I? Give one to Video. No. Did you finish? No. Hey, Tires, that's so great. Then you're a sub now. That's Tyrone. Shit, how do you type your fucking name? Wow. How nice of you to support the stream, Tires. Huh? Congrats, dude, you're a sub. It's insane.
Oh no.
Oh, whoa. Wow! How nice, Tires. That's insane. No, we're the thing is, our plan of attack, Tires, is we're gonna continue Phoenix Wright tonight and see you didn't steal my credit card to sell to yourself with me, did you? No, don't worry, dude. Cause by next week we can beat this. Depending if we're like super fucking smart tonight, it's like the big brain. We could probably finish it tonight with like a little bit of a stretch. But I mean, you know, there's minimum 2 streams left. Like 2 streams of like 3 hours, 3 to 4 hours. So all depending how the mindfucker goes. And Devil May Cry 5 comes out next Friday, which I'm gonna stream instead of the Friday game. So I didn't want to like, because if I was gonna do it that way, then like maybe we take 2 weeks to beat Ace Attorney instead of like next week. So then Phoenix Wright, Devil May Cry would take again the Friday slot for 2 weeks straight. And you know, but now that way we can play the poll Friday on the 15th, and then the next week, the 22nd, Sekiro comes out on the Friday again. So, did you do case 4 in one night? Yes, I did. Cause that's mine, but this is case 5, and it's a big fuck. And we're on the second day. There's like 3 days, right? So we're like 1/3 of the way in. But who knows if they're as long as the other parts. Oh, just I've never done this one. So like I don't know what I'm doing compared to the other ones. Well, the other ones I had like a slight idea of what was going on. This one I just have no fucking clue. So. But yeah. Is this day 2 of the stream or day 2 of the case? It's day 2 of both. Mr. Wright! Damn, how long did it take you to wrap up day 1 last night? It took like... We stopped playing at 4:30 and like, we were thinking about it for like 30 minutes, so... It was a 5-hour stream yesterday. But we got at that point at 4:30, 4 hours, 30 minutes. I thought we were almost done when I went to bed, what the hell? No? When did you stop watching? This fucking hair, man. I need to get a haircut. Probably around 11. You were probably... That was probably when the muffler stopped, right? It was like, oh, we need to get that piece of cloth and the muffler. Because there was an extra bit to that afterwards. I thought it was like an investigation and then blah blah blah, but no. Then should I use this simile? Yeah. So it was like the muffler part, but there was like an extra hour up after that. Because I would have been like around the 3-hour mark. I was like 20 minutes late, but... We need to get going then. Shut up. I'm a little confused. Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? Oh, I forgot. The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot, in the police department evidence room. What's this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. That's true. Well, that's all we're going to find out. Try to, at least. Alright, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Would you mind coming with me? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go! Science awaits us! Step into the time machine, Phoenix Wright! Oh! Now you're at the crime of the scene of the crime. You can see everything that happened. Wow! Science rules! Oh wow, you're in the best case from the first game. Hey Noblick. Hey Noblick and Zero, do you guys have your Twitch primes? You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found here. Found there, who cares? Of course, there was a victim who was killed at the department. My sister would never do such a thing, I know it. That oil drum, was it empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. My sister, erasing evidence at the crime scene? Never. Actually, I'm gonna... whoa, Xeno's a sub now, it's insane. Wow! Xeno likes the spam emotes, so may as well. Hold on. Oh! That's crazy. We need 2 more. Oh, wow. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for... Whoa, Noblex is... Nice, see? Nice. I knew you had your Twitch program. Dude, there's somebody in the chat. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was bloodstains or not. Who do I gift the sub to? Oh, are you giving a sub too? Because you only need 1 more, then we can have 2 emote slots. So we don't have, we don't have the tier 2 fucking dickass. The Gaungade don't stand a chance. I don't know, who could you give it to? Give it to 7 level. Give it to 7 level, dude. He's not here, but he's gonna be there. Oh! Oh, nice. As you know. Keeping $5, who does that? Give it to 7 level so he feels forced to be on the 7 level account and not the now, so it's easier to time him out. You want to go? No! Yeah! No! Golson's a streamer, he can't. But whether there was blood or stains or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. I think it's just 7 though. He's on Discord, right? Chibi Robo. Yeah, the Chibi Robo, man. Hold on. /VIP. Does it tell me? No? Okay. I think it's the 7 though, yeah. The Chibi Robo guy though. What's that grin for? Situation calls for one thing, and that is luminal testing fluid. Luminal? Blood is sticky stuff, you know? You can't just wash it away with a little wire. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. You can never scrape the blood away. But when the police have already done those tests. Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? What do I have to do? I'm a minor, I can't even drink it. What? We're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. What? Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? Whoa, I'm so cool. Wow. Test for blood reaction. Just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Touch the screen, there's spray on it. Okay, let's find us some blood stains. Wow. Wow. I think that was pretty much it, right? I gotta keep spamming it. That's not blood. Well, I gotta click it. That's pee. I can see your eyes shining behind those glasses. So this is this a blood stain? It's so. It's Faison from Metroid Prime. What's up, DJ? By the way, Emma, you're shaking. This is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a blood stain, but doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. What's odd about this, scientifically? It's too shiny. Where's the blood stain? Why? The blood stain's location is odd. Elementary, mon cher Watson. Huh? Why is that elementary? I mean, I would think that if there was a fight, you'd expect some blood stains here. I suppose you might think that. Oh, she didn't even get the joke, Mel. Come on, Mr. Wright. We're all counting on you. There's something odd about this blood stain. But if it's not the location of blood, then maybe. Maybe it's the amount of blood that's on? Maybe it's the other thing I didn't say. I mean, look how the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It's strange. They thought if they fought here, there'd have to be more bloodstains than this. Hey, Mr. Wright. See how I'm marking up the floor plans when we find a bloodstain? Wow, it's crazy. Wow. See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Oh, grants. Yeah. Yeah, it's very useful information I have. I saved up my allowance to buy this. Wow, I'm gonna drink it. How did the body end up hanging from the trunk? Yeah, I mean, that's why I wanted to bring up during the case yesterday, but during the trial, but it was never brought up. Can't be, well, hold on. Can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Well, actually, I can check the picture right now. Because the body's just like, all slouched over, but odd. Fruit lady, lunchbox lady didn't give me the picture. But she had another picture where it was like, all relaxed in the trunk. But maybe the police will take it easy this time. Good policy. Sometimes they file alteration and evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. We'll drag that hidden evidence onto the light of day. Yeah! Feels like we're really investigating crime now, doesn't it? This criminal stuff is going. Ha! I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. I mean, they'll probably just poison it, but the star. You only trust your own eyes, Not bad, you two. Cool. This day old deli box is on the house. Sorry. It's just that kind of lead the bleeding doesn't really get my mouth alright. Bento get You sure put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Star, but no, it's okay. It was my fault. For being a complete dumbass 7 times in a row. Oh, we know. Witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. You're gonna die for it. Oh. The shame. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. Oh. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Star? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they cuffed it up. Cuffed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know. I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. Oh, I can be your angel or your devil. I won't do it. Every day I drank the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. Well, maybe you should start eating dirt. And before long, they called me the cuff-up queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go? Fired? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. Yeah. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident. The SL... Wait, she doesn't mean her! I guess we can chew some more with this? Maybe the knife would make more sense. What do you think about this? SL9 incident. Oh, okay. On that knife. And on that note. It's a shared path. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know? Really? I'd be pissed if... Oh shit, Asher. Do you want us... Do you want... No. Zeno. Whatever. If someone wants a sub, ask Asher. Yeah. Casher's gonna buy you a sub because he's rich. I'd be pissed if people are calling me the cuff-up queen. Really? The knife was evidence on that case. The murder weapon was due for transfer to the very day that Goodman was killed. Your payment was declined? Asher. So, they've added a thing for affiliates where if you reach 15 sub points, you get to use 2 tier 1 emotes. We're trying to reach that because I'm too much of a loser streamer to get that normally. So I'm just gifting them away, but Zeno wants to gift one too, so. And in March, whatever day it is, if we reach 25, we'll get 3! So I'll probably do another push at that point. Because the subs we're buying today will probably still be active at that point. I'm not that broke. Yeah, so you can finally have a fucking reason for people to sub for 3 emotes. Wow! Stupid. Fuck Twitch. I'm going on YouTube. The SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? By going on the talk menu. No? Huh? This is gonna be the same dialogue. Can you not tell us? When I get Face It level 10, I give out 10 subs. How about that? Face It level... What does that mean? What are you playing, dude? Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Is that a lot? Does that take long? I wanted those up until 2 years ago. Right when you made a cuff-up queen, right? You found this ID card here in this parking lot. Been a while, pal. How are you gonna get? I know it's been a bit, hasn't it? I was wondering if you just left me in the dust channel. Yep. You have Twitch around it. Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's. But it's the same idea as the man who was killed at the police department. The police. That's impossible. You ready for that Devil May Cry channel next week? Oh. Never. It's good to hear, man. I was like, did he forget about me because I invited him to the Discord and it's like kind of like bzzz, it just floats over your head? Shit. I need to learn my lesson. Been rather unwell. Shit. Well, hopefully this stream cheers you up. How come? How unwell? The Discord cheers. Well, I mean, it's killed some of my viewers, but that's probably because they're busy in real life and they can't watch streams anymore, but... Ah! Blame the Discord, not myself. Hey, can we talk about it? Fuck. Sorry. Please. Body with Edward's knife was stuck in it with not in Edward's car. I think he owes me this gratitude. Gratitude. Well, I found and witnessed the crime. Mr. Edward would have been a suspect. That's true. I wonder. So, it's strange. Why didn't our chief prosecutor have her own murder weapon ready? You want this? Could you take a look at this? You! No! I can't skip. Yeah, hopefully you get better, or you are feeling better, Chills, I think. It's never good to feel like shit, although it's kind of cool, because you can just stay back and watch a good stream. Let's ask about the shoe. Okay, so it's the 5th case on the first game, which is like the additional case that was added on the DS version with 3D mechanics. Ah! Okay, now I can see it. If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime. Could you? I mean, the little walls there. I think we made sense of that. And climbed the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder? That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Star. You're lying was the problem. Listen, little girl. I found my testimony disregarded before. And I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time? Can I talk about that time? Yes! Yeah, this is a case I've never done. I did all the 4 other cases as a kid, but never this one, so it's like... Well, I did the intro, but... You know. That's when I learned the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. We strike here. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for evidence, for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it. On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yeah, no surprise, Phoenix. Everyone dies. Yes, the criminal caught what it was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not even a little. What? But the criminal was executed, right? Evidence of a sort? Made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with a fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of the job. And you were one of those. Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Exactly. Officer Jake Marshall. He's on security detail in the police department, isn't he? I don't think we did. Well, I think the Game Boy Advance was Japan only channel. Like it was. We didn't get the in America, right? We didn't get the Game Boy. The Game Boy games, Game Boy Advance. I think it was Edgeworth if my memory serves. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then, it was over. And he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten. And neither have I. Neither! I need to put more intonation to the exclamation point. You haven't forgotten this, L9? There was another side to that case. A hidden side. That's where we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait! Those lunches you sell. There is only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. This star's old boyfriends. How many does she have anyway? Just when the detectives on the case have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, Rookie. What? Oh, seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Investing, yes. Yes. Well, let me minimize this. Then you should take this. Yum! Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with a treat. Huh. Who could it be? Mrs. Starr? Officer Marshall, is he your, are you his... Are you going out? What do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago. When he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, and it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. And he keeps drinking. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this case. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. Could I find him somewhere? Is that right there? Oh, this place is certainly titty today. It will be titty tomorrow too. Incidentally, he's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. Huh? Guess we'll have to come back. We'll have to come back. Oh, does he have a duplicate of the statue? I have it on me. What the fuck? I guess we could check the detention center first. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. It's supposed to make sense. The detective did get killed in their own department. So, the evidence room. The scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk. Here it is. It's like a kid at an amusement park. Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. Not yet. Let's see if... fuck! Can I not go from here? Shit, dude. Looks like this guy is questioning. I hope the detectives aren't yelling at her. How did you kill him in 2 places at the same time? Can you imagine? How's she supposed to answer that? Wait a second. The chief said they'd caught the criminal at the police department. Let's come back later. I have a twin sister! Shit. The names are too hard to read. The name of the places. Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder at of a detective in this department after all. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's office. There's like a Detective Conan case right here, dude. The fuck? Some fucked up shit going on and shit. Makes my head hurt. Well, first things first. I want to check out the crime scene here. Yes, you sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up, or we could wind up dead. Down everyone wants more mysteries of dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. Well, it's very important to talk to this guy. That must be the head detective. He's glued to his computer screen. What? Detective killed in the evidence room? Tell no one outside the police department. No! I told that old lady at the restaurant everything! The fuck? If someone died, yeah, that's fucked up, isn't it? And I worked there too. Shit. Fuck. The little static is always scary. It's like someone's gonna kill me in there. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. But beyond that door is the evidence room. The scene of the crime? Sure seems that way. Oh. Oh. What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly. It's so imposing. It's hard to think straight. Can't handle the cacti. Stay out in the desert. What I want to know is, this is a guard station. Where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who this guard is already. What a thorn in my dick. Yipes, that sure is prickly. It must be a real deal. I would think just one big wooden one would be sufficient. This cactus is a lot like my sister, actually. This guy? Encased in a cold, rigid shell with thorns pointing in every direction. Just like her. Damn. You know, I've been looking at this cactus a while now, and I don't see the resemblance. It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. This cactus. What does it mean? What's up, PP? Monkey? There's a security guard uniform in here. Looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. Leather jacket. Leather pants. A leather... What's that kill? What's that called again? A punchy? A paunchy? A pinchy? I know. A poochie. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. A poopy. Ha ha ha. Here we go here. The evidence room is beyond the door. Just walk in. It won't open. You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. Someone's permission? Can I ring the bell? Oh, fuck. He's drinking some of that grape juice, it seems. I got that hair in my nose. It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. How about a dead man's permission? It says a recording. But we could use this computer to check on who and when we... Yeah, it's a great idea. Let's not do that. Look, someone's trying to hang themselves. Looks like it's set up to trap something. A trap, eh? Here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. But the lasso missed. Should have an active imagination. So super strong, crazy karate. This place is charged with frantic energy, as always. Please! Huh? Wasn't that? One steak lunch, please. That's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. Like I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. We've caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence. Your criminal? You mean... You heard about it stabbing in the police department evidence room, pal? The same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot. Another detective was killed at the police department. And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. Detective Gumshoe? Who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Sitting around here talking isn't going to fill my belly. Wait, don't leave. Wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later. Who is it? We ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running investigation. Alright, start. The music. Fuck. I just want to go there, man. Who is it? Larry Butts himself. So, I do feel better about things. I will. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Let's not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. Ah! What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was a perpetrator against, sir. That's what I'd say. What is it? No. How does that make sense? Hi! Greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Officer Meekins, yard guard here at the detention center. No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrol man. Like a lost little lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir, how should I say this? Wait, he isn't, is he? You, Officer Meekins. You did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir! What? What? No, this is an unexpected turn of events. Sir! I'm a patrolman with General Affairs, sir! Sir! Oh, I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. Had some business that day, sir, and I said no, so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard office in front of the room was empty, sir. So normally, there's a guard at the evidence room. That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the scary officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person. The heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? May I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky. What does it mean? This fucking hair. So clean. So fresh, so clean. Ouch. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first. Tell us how you hurt your hand. I don't mean to pry, but you're the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir! Please don't look at me with so sad puppy eyes, dog's eyes, sir. You have to label me as persecutor or victim, sir. Don't label me a victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention, and alive and well at that. Oh, yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? If you ask me, it's time travel. It's always time travel. Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger, or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So, you didn't know him. Sir, I work in a tiny department, devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. But first, tell us about the bandage hand. Now tell me about this other thing before. In your hand. That happened when Detective Goodman was stabbed. Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were... Huh? Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. Oh, the shock! Oh, the sorrow, sir! Can you imagine how I felt? Victim's eye disappeared? That's some story. Do you know anything about this? Meekins, this is for you. Hey, I'm scared of night, sir. It's okay, I just wanted you to take a look at it. That's it, sir, last night, sir, that's the one. It was an apple, sir, in my dream, sir. I was being peeled. Second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's overacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. You want this? Could you take a look at this? I'm sorry, sir, I don't know what that is. I've never found. It takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Ezrath. Hey, why do you have that? That's from the day it was taken at the prosecutor's office. The day that Detective Goodman's body was found in the trunk. So this means I'm a free man, innocent. If this is a dream, sir, then I hope I never wake up. If this is a dream, you'd better wake up right now. What else? Do you recall this shoe? I guess he doesn't. No, it's the knife thing. Peeled like an apple. Actually, very important. Wow! Let's see. Ingredients: meat. She must mean beef. She probably just wrote it generically. Yeah, let's hope so. Of course, as a scientist, I have to check what additives she used. Go down. Huh? It says here, hours of sweat and labor. That's why the sauce is so salty. Yeah. Wow, my mouth is watering. You can almost hear the sound of the steak frying under the grill. No doubt it's all cold and tough by now. I was wondering. No, I'm sure it's delicious. The star poured her heart into making this. As long as she didn't put any other organs in there. Remove the bird to activate the gun hidden inside. Officer Meekins, have a look at this. Go ahead, sir. Laugh at me, sir. Huh? I know what you want to say. You're going to tell me how she has one just like it. Me? Why would I? I know, sir, I know. I'm the only one with other girl with matching badges. Now I'm alone. All alone. Is that so wrong? Life isn't all about high school sweethearts and youthful romance, sir. Is he talking about those badges on her coat? Huh. I like to think there's a difference between my badge and a fashion accessory. She's only 16. Come down, Meekins. Jeez, don't put me in that boat. Can't you take a look at this? He's only had like 3 dialogues so far, but let's check if I can. Maybe something reacts to it. Probably not now though. It's probably gonna be later, unless it showed up. Okay. But this all night maybe, without the knife. Okay. We'll present this because why not at this point? Time to move. Didn't they say, I was gonna say Gutsman. Gumshoe, was that the evidence room? Oh, was he somewhere else? I don't know. Can't read that part fast. But I don't think I can still go in there. There's gotta be something else I can do with the Meekins. But I'm not sure. Okay, I wish I could talk to, oh, I can't. Well, where should we begin? Oh, well, isn't it obvious? We should begin with that, you know, with that thing. The mystery of the victim, I guess. How could one Detective Goodman be killed in 2 places simultaneously? Oh, well, you see? We should go to the police department. The evidence room, is it? I'm not being very useful here, am I? No, you're being very helpful. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, maybe another trigger happened after seeing Meekins. You're worthy. You are becoming a thorn in my side, Worthy. There have been rumors. After all, you were the defendant's share just last year. There was that business with him not reading the officer's report. Ah, about the killing at the department, right? The chief of police was right about that. But I can't help but think. See, why the police department doesn't like Edgeworth? On that note, we're just gonna beat him up. To be fair, who would read such a boring mirror report? That's true. I'm just yawning thinking about it. Nope. She's had 4 dialogue marks, right? So as it is of right now, Solly and Meekins. Whoops. Ah! Only Meekins hasn't had like all his dialogues spent. At least for now. Can I not fucking... I need to go to criminal affairs department, then detention. Because it's only accessible from like 3 places. Burp, burp. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey! That's it, sir! That's it! That's it! That's what? My head was a blank until this very moment. But sir, now I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct, that card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir, that's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir, nothing. Better pry into this one a little deeper. There we go. What? No! Why is it in the middle? Fuck. I guess it's like an update, the second one. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a little lost patrolman. I lost a little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious. So I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. But that's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So he asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him. Do undo to the others before they undo unto you. My own father's words, sir. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went white. And when I woke, I was here. Right. Oh, Officer Meekins. Why was it you that they arrested? Why was it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's check out what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman. And the victim whom he met at the scene of a crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here? They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day at that time, Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly. No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. The crime, my crime, the crime I swore to stamp out. It's there, it's me, it's on tape. Well. You wait until now to tell us this? I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No, thanks. I have my own. Well, guess we better go check out the crime scene. What could it mean? Ma'am? Fuck! Who's here? Hey, Mr. Wright. Look who's standing at the head detective's desk. It's Chief Gant. Are you sure this is all? You know what it means if there's anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked the drawers, the lockers, the garbage cans, the coat pockets, the pillowcases behind the computer monitors, the coffee machine. Coffee? I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. The detective looks a little flustered. Right, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir. Are you selling him, Mr. Wright? The intro of his song is just like Spell's final boss. Is that Forge gonna be? It's Worth gonna be okay? Oh, Worthy. Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yep. Well, we've had no end of trouble with the boy since last year. You mean the incident on the Gord Lake? Does no good having one of our top people sitting in the defendant's seat. Now, you got someone else that found guilty in that case, right? Righto. On karma. Legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it so he caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. You did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of a turmoil, you might say. Why did they do just about anything to restore their reputation? Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? It's downright on, I tell you. I mean, it happened at exactly the same time. The murder at the police prosecutor's office. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in the locations at the same two locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Righto, I can't give all our secrets away. Just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them. And you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the head detective's trap shut. Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier. Huh? You saw that? Whoops. Wonder what it was that he wanted the head detective to do. He looks like he plays Castlevania. He does. Let's see if we can ask. We can kind of discreetly ask him. Sure, check this out. Sorry, right. Oh, I'm through with that stuff. Blah 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 blah. You want this? No. I'm sorry Gumshoe would like that. Arr! About a shoe. Let's show the ID card first. GG Galean. Ah! Fuck. Wait, I just... Oh, sorry you had to see that. Okay, I thought it was like... Oh, what were you saying, with the steak lunch, Oh, yeah, the chief detective, yeah, it's kind of fucked up. Sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. I didn't even finish writing it. The lost item report, but it's only half complete. Lost item? Did Detective Goodman know something? Date on it is February 21st. I'll make a note of that just in case. Should probably get a quick look at around the crime scene. But I can't go there yet, right? Hey! Whoa, which one could it be? You know about this? Cowboy Man should be back now, though. Probably gonna trigger it. No? Oh, but the cameras, though. Looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking above the monitor. There's recording. Maybe we could use this computer to check who went in there. Oh, I gotta do it on the computer itself, I see. Looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room. Can we? This here? This one? Yipes, that sure is prickly. Oh, fuck. A blinking a blue. Can we not check it? A blinking light. Am I supposed to see one that's different? Oh, police, I've lost my life. Oh, I'm just gonna do all the TVs, you never know. Never know if it's gotta be that fucked up. I bet we could look at it and figure it out. Yep. Too bad we're not gonna do that. Unless it's gotta be like... Couldn't figure it out. I don't even know how to work the computers. Well, maybe that brought up like more dialogue. Or we can be like, hey, Gant, can we go in there, please? Please, 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 can we go in there? Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come, Righto, when Righto asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. I love his long stares. No, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry, I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please, do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead and investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. Can you give 10 subs to my channel? Thanks. Oh, well, thank you, Damon Gant, for 10 gifted subs. This goes to show, you never know until you ask. And for you here, you can borrow this. Hey, this is Detective's ID card, isn't it? It's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir. It's an honor. Can I borrow this month's rent? You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. Bzzz. I went to the void. Looks pretty cool on my label, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir, because, sir, we got to go big. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Why'd I have to go outside to go here? What the fuck, man? Oh, a fucked up police station. Bzzz. Yeah, I don't know why there's a gavel sound. I think it's like an emulator fuck up or something. Oh crap, how much I missed? Everything. Well, you went to sleep after we were done yesterday, right, King? Yeah. So you didn't miss. You missed. It's just an investigation. We're walking around. We found that we saw the suspect of the other murder at the police station, which is Meekins, the cartoon police officer, right? And now we're gonna check out the crime scene to see like what the fuck's going on. But that's pretty much all that happened. There was some blah blah, but it's nothing too important. And we have the ID card from Chief Camp. Meekins died? No, he's a suspect, not a victim. Detective Goodman is still our prime victim, but apparently died twice. So let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha, the card reader's turned off, see? What's that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, well. What's made my Bambina sky so gray? Officer Marshals. Somehow I knew. Yeehaw! Was that somehow I knew looking for? As you may have surmised, this here is my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest. That's better than the sheriff's badge and knee punch. Yeehaw! Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card readers are good again. Oh, we're here. I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then. Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. Come on, boy. I was wondering if we could talk to you. Sorry, Bambina, but I'm off to roam the lands like a tumbleweed on the wide prairie. Like a gunslinger loading a 6-shooter, I say a little prayer. What was that all about, Mr. Wright? I think he was just too hungry to talk. You're just saying that because his stomach was growling. You have no idea what he was talking about either. Well, in any case, you need to get cracking on this investigation pronto. You wanna chow down, dude? On a knife? That smell. Ah, reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby? Yeah, Miss Star. What's this? What's wrong? A filet steak lunch. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Alright, Bambina, you win. Ask anything. Right, it seems like she's willing to talk. Almost. We'll just have to decode the munching. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. That poor little doggy. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong, calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, I might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know. That's fair enough. So what are you doing around 5:15? What were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. No, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't think no machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? Yeah, I don't really work here anymore. The star told us something. You said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of a crime. It's all gone now, like a drinking hole in the prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let her go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? I've heard the name so many times and no one tells us what actually happened. There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago? The day of our case. That's right. The evidence transfers. It was talking about the transfers too. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. But only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like shoot cauliflower with mashed steaks. The easiest one to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. Nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on those tapes? I reckon it might be. You're a security guard and you reckon. One more thing. When you go to the evidence room, you need an ID card. It's the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card passed through. Oh, that's Goodman's card. So this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that. Huh? What? No, I didn't speak up. I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. That's right. I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove that record is tied to the stabbing. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transfer thing is about? Keep all the evidence from the solved cases in this room. They are kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? What happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the police station. That's what we call a transferal. We do it every February. I see now. Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Damn. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. That happened to SL9 2 days ago. Wrong one. Show me the card. It's the card! See this? This is the victim's ID card. Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot. The number in this is 58442189. Officer Marshall, show us the ID number on that ID card record. Wow, that's a lucky person on 420. Look, the 4th number. It's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. Wait, what did Officer Meekins say? So I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So he asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing, suddenly he pointed a knife at me. If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. Let's make another print, dude. Got an idea. Maybe I should show this show this to other people with IDs here. Oh, we're going to that place first. You think he knows how to scan and print it? Well, he probably doesn't, to be honest. Evidence room, sector 3. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Alright, no stakes. Whoa! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So, is it true what I heard? Sure. Dude, quick, pull out the 2 knives. Right, oh, please, I look like a shellfish, man. Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50 in the front. So go ahead and investigate our room until your heart's desire and knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true. So you can ask $50. So chief of police can. Will loan anyone $50, even me. That's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're a boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Cool. I can check from here. Oops. Wow, another page. Wow, it's like Tetris. Cool. Thanks. So Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day. That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Why are your underlings? They're using our findings from yesterday's investigation to prepare for the trial. Why? In other words, Detective Gumshoe got kicked out of the investigation area. I'm adamant, though. I'm gonna take control and put this case to the test, to the rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Haha, of course. I'm a detective after all. They give me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open. I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens. So, Miss Edgeworth is with the Inquiry Committee, you know, right? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. Let's see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end of Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. It's soul-bound. Using this ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can't be lost. Well, I'm on my 3rd card since entering the force already. Sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't use my own right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is covered with a fingerprint. That's the only locker we can open. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles? On the other side of the handle is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, zap, you get a shock. That's what happened. My hand will be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There's even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. These shockers unlock by using your fingerprints. Whoa. Wow. I could use the pss on one of them, maybe. Could you take a look at this? Touch it. Now my fingerprints are everywhere. This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Oh, I heard rumors. So it was good man who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa! What is it? That second number. No, your ID number is it, Detective Gumshoe? It's the Edgeworth. What? The second number in this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? It's not like Gumshoe just said. Oh. Not like Gumshoe just said he loses his cards all the time. I mean, it would make sense, because, Edgeworth would have to be driving pretty fast and be, pretty fast on his doings here, but guy got in here, took 2 minutes to get evidence, went to his car, went over there, and then parked at 512. So, it's a 30-minute distance. What else? Let me just say one thing, speaking as a detective. Said piece of evidence I know nothing about. Say nothing. That's fine. Bet it's fine, pal. What else can I show? Okay. Alright, pal. Detective Goodman's note, and that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection? That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? Guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left from that case. You can't open the lockers if your fingerprint doesn't match. You can open it. I'll give you 50 cents. Huh? Police department lacks faith in its lock system. Well, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. At the same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office. Really fucked indeed. No, that was a bloody violent case. Violent, so it was a murder. A serial killing. Serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. The killer made a mistake, and then Mr. Edgeworth built this case around that to nab him. This was 2 years ago. That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight. That started a rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence. It's supposed to be all cleaned up with the transfer the other day. What's the last job he ever did? Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incidency. So, that's what the suspect knife. Victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself. Look, this one's open. This is an indicator that the tag's stuck on it still. Locker is covered with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It's empty. We must have taken the contents elsewhere. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, From the case, You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. It's getting too fucky. Well, someone has spoken something big to make all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case. The case? The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there? Another piece of SL9 incident. That's evidence. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try to put it back together? Ha! Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Well, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. That's why I always carried around a tube of glue. Whoa. Damn, she's so good. Oh, this piece looks like the bomb. So I'm putting the rest in place. Huh? The fuck? Guess I gotta do it with the shiny part first. Oh fuck. Nice. Wait. Like this. That's the top. So many pieces. The fuck? Less, yeah! I mean, it depends on how big it is. So that one? Whoa, okay, that's a big piece. Okay, the pieces are much bigger than I thought. The big boy. Phoenix just throws it. Ah! It breaks it and shatters into many more pieces. Oh fuck. Ah, crap. Nice. Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are still missing. Well, it took me 2 minutes to do. Promise finishing it. Well, were some of the pieces stolen? But they were missing to begin with. Still, doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. Can't understand how it got broken. Unstable jar, yeah, what the fuck? Doom 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 doom. What is the silent paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a work in suppression. True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger. Well, you might say this is my studio. Here, in this evidence room? What all the fuck? What's this over there? This place is stuffed with evidence. Stuffed with dreams. What's so sure about the dreams? Huh. I want to open. I guess I should have known. My palace keys, it's high tech around here. Nope, 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 nope. Why are some of the pieces missing? Dude, doesn't it seem a little bit unstable? No wonder it broke. Make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. Dun-dum. Dun-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. No. Alright, there should be a trigger somewhere else then. Unless I forgot a piece. A piece of pizza, 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 pizza. Aha! Yeah, ask him to walk the camera soon. Should have a lot of monsters in here. There's 8 cameras in the evidence room and all. 1 for each section. Each monitor shows the section where the crime took place. Why did Cal step before the rain's gone? It's not for me to know. This year, the security guard responsible. No, that's very helpful. Rubber glove. Tag says SL911. I guess this is another piece of evidence from the case. You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. Huh? What's so confusing about that? Do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag. Zag, is that a word? Do you challenge me? Why are we playing a word game now? Ah! Creepy. The fuck is this bit even? I think it has 3 handles. That's what it is. Ah! The true secret of it all. Got nothing else to say, right? Yep. Alright. Guess I can ask Gant for some paper. I like the red on its thumbnail. Eh? What were you talking about? The thumbnail of what? On the pot? Oh. Oh, yeah. Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Looks like blood. Big Detective Goodman. Blood somehow got on it when he was stabbed? Not likely. His blood looks like it's been here for months, maybe longer. Straw was evidence in the SL9 That might be when the blood got on it. Get back, then. No, he's gone this way. I don't know. What's your ID card? I don't know. Mr. Meekins, could you take a look at this? Ah, what do you mean? The fuck? Why would he know? There's not much I can do with them anymore. Doot. Doot. Just running around trying to find a trigger. Would you know anything about the booby? Ba-da-da-ba. Yo! Wasted time. Alright, never mind then. Edgeworth is back. Okay. He's gonna have an issue. I might have forgotten something in the evidence room. But who truly knows? Which Marshall wouldn't be a fucking caveman? And he would know about computers. Boom, 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 boom. talk to no one. There's a blood ham. For some reason I've never seen it. What's this? Blood! It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in the room? There we go. I was wondering if I could, like... How do I do that? How do I... Check? Wow. Thank you, Gaungade. What's up, Gaungade? Rap. Yeah! Allow me to say one thing. Please, I want to use it. Unless I gotta do it like... How'd I use it? Is it gonna have a use button? If I... Oh, okay. So, no. What? Ah! There's someone's imprint here. What? What's the matter, detective? This locker. It's mine. It's yours. Please. You have to help me when they come to take me away. Promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. Do that for me, I want you, pals. It's an important clue. Jot it down on the floor, please. Counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. Must have been a massive amount of blood here. I've never seen so much before. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien. This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor, please. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Sarna's jewel, nice. Nice. Oh! Oh fuck. The Ninja Turtle went here. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this bus if he fled out the door. Might be something significant. It would be a left hand too. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What's this? What, this? It's called liminal testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. It's more 50 bucks from the chief. Where did you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I better jot this down on the floor, please. Hey, pal, look at the time. We need to kick you out of here. Was there something you needed to be going to? Just that Mr. Edgeworth and Creative Committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to go give them my report for today. Might help, you know. What is that? Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth to talk about. I'm sure you can use a report like this. Believe in him. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. Should probably see what Edgeworth has to say too. That's a good call, so we can progress. Yes. Would he be right here or back in his office? Don't mind me, just teleporting around. Ah! Ah, guests, my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave, so long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. What's... Ah, it's you. Does the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry. Precisely. By the way, Detective Gunshu was looking for you. Oh yes, he brought me some information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. I think the reporter's on the other side, that's right. Poor Mr. Edgeworth, I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. So how'd the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the chief of police Kent. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you. Why? All along I've done only what I believe is right. Have nothing to be ashamed of. But still, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Dump, 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 dump. Hey, want to explain this? Alright, I better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage. Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. But why, Miss Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. The Chief of Police? You wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. You told me you wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was sold, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? Can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now, I'm curious about this other case. I'd better make a note of it. Stubborn as always. I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. Look, this sure looks like you. What side are you on anyway? Dump, 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 dump. I know you. You've probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on. The SL9 incident. I can't think. It's some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You had men revive the worst memory of my life, as I recall. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. A bad memory? He's talking about the murder in the elevator. Okay, Edgeworth. Why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Expose yourself. The SL9 incident was a high in a serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time. Damn and Gint. That wacky old coup was involved in the case 2 years ago too then. It was the best we had. And it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Oh, you got nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why why was the deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, he used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won a guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. You didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? You still working on that scientific investigation? Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminal testing fluid. Hmm? Well then, you might have a use for this. An upgrade! Aluminum power for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. The truth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your power. These fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? I'm so strong now, what the fuck? Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Okay. Boop. Everyone's dead. Who's here? Investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here in this blood on detective's evidence locker. Let's use a secret weapon we just borrowed. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. Let's choose the finger that will have left behind the cleanest print. Clearest. We can tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating, choose a finger. This one. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. It was time to get that sparkle in our eyes. First, you sprinkle the empire. Huh? How do you do that? Just touch the screen. It looks like that did the trick. The onion powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Huh? How'd I do that? You just blow with your breath. Oh, shit. Imagine you're just blowing out candles on a birthday cake. See? Wow, that looks like fun. Might take some getting used to. Fine, I won't go up your nose or anything. You just put a powder and think and blow the extra. Those are the basics of finger bearing, Mr. Wright. Guess I better give it a try. Microphone settings. Mic sample raw. Okay. Oh shit. Not suitable for tests. Aha, you did! You found one! But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't... What does it mean? I think it means we're all luck. Oh, luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me you've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? That means I can call for the Holden and take that now. That was that easy to set up, huh? Wow. Look at the locker door again closely. Seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. See if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside the blood. And below! Oh, wow! Dude, double tapping. There's so much of it. Think we got a cure pit? We gotta run out of powder soon. We got it. Yeah, Prince of Clear Dazzling. Oof, my head, Jesus. The Dazzling. Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. Whew, hold on. Blew too much like an idiot. Kind of dazed myself. So we're not done yet. It's quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding your fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? Yes, she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Miss Edgeworth. But, well, they point out the person. You think you left these prints? Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? I can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would be most likely to find on this evidence locker? Oh fuck, we only have a tiny baby. Aha! Damn, so many similar varieties. Comparison complete. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Oh, I guess he had some paint. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? Give me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what. Guess we came up with nothing this time, but it's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. Gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. I know that. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait. If I remember correctly, there's one of the handprint in this room. Let's check it out. It's just gone now. I guess I can just just use the thing for. No. This is where we got a liminal fluid reaction, right? Right. There was a handprint here. Okay. Wanna try using this? There go our eyes sparkling again. Oh! What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it with using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Alright. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your apotheosis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. That's such a creepy one. Aha! I guess. Wait, that's Jake Marshall. Damn, that fingerprint memory right there. Hey, these fingerprints, they... Who are they? Whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall. Where's his fingerprints? I don't want a ghost hand in my inventory. It's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma. This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. Liminal reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints. And a white blood stain. Well, why would Officer Marshall? It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. What the fuck is it going on? Guess we'll clear up some of this mess in the trial. Was my... No, I don't think I said a white bone yet, Nolan. Let's see if I can put my... Fuck, I can't put my mouse buttons. So annoying. Put up. I can't scratch my balls anymore. I gotta keep my button on the finger. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is all as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. Lana, what? And a different suspect was arrested at the other crime scene. Lana. Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they don't hold you too long for questioning. You just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, that's all. So how did it go? As Mr. Wright suspects, the police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you. Much to my regret. I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Sky. We discovered traces left by a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belonged to Officer Jake Marshall. We found Officer Marshall's traces. Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall. We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Mrs. Sky? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach criminal affairs from the prosecutor's office. The victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. That's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I heard the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually appeared in the trunk of Miss Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder of the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. And that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Very well, let the trial resume. The day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to your stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. Suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. My bad. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that will be murder, sir. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir. Actually, what we'd like to hear from you, sir, what you call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I'm part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. Can't follow him for a lack of enthusiasm. Yeah. Why is he such a cartoon? You're laughing like a damn cartoon. What was that from? What's from Yakuza, right? Quit laughing like a cartoon. Yeah, it was Yuki that said that. Was it Yuki? It wasn't the Cabaret Club. Though it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence for that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto the others before they undo unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see, then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Mickey's so full of shit. Yeah, he'd never kill anyone of a stupid idiot. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. It's not gonna work. Hold it. Press. Hey. Hold it. Left stall. That would have been funny if that worked. That would have been a good clip. Check the left stall. Say in a British voice. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Oh. Open the pocket of the bathrobe. Say it in Japanese. Kurosage. It worked. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes, now this is a scary thought. Evidence Central was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. Hold on. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? So yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the head detective, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transfer process. That's my sole mission for today, sir. I see. Sounds like a very important mission. I've sent the award ceremony finished that day. There were so many people running around. I relocated the Blue Badger into the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? Spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into a room. Poopy asshole. It worked. Oh. In order to enter the evidence room. You need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed in here, right? There it is! I found it! This is the one right here. Could you please read us up the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir. I see. Huh? But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. First time is when I came Blue Badger to the evidence room. The second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. I see, so it was during the second time then. When? Yes, sir, that was when I spotted the man on the security screen. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, I looked as surprised as I was. You're exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. If you just kept your cool, if you had kept your whole cool, your hand wouldn't be. When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. That's kind of weird though, because we didn't find any traces of his blood there, right? So it's either it was clean, but even then we could find the traces of it. Fought for my life, then I did it. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I had snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun it around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. I see. You must have been desperate. Next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the sea of blood. The next thing I knew, yes, you punched me right in my face, sir. I passed out till another officer smacked me awake. Oh dear. At what time did you regain consciousness? Nothing, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. Return him to the entrance before things got out of hand. So, if you splashed blood everywhere, but if the Blue Badger was there too, there could be something on the Blue Badger. Oh, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins. With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my cell. Chief Gan delivered it to me this morning, sir. Finally, Jesus. The chief delivered it. What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir, that's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. Contains photos from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape. It was so that it had been mistakenly erased. It's quite a mistake. Just what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. It's like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well, then let's have a look. Shows the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. Video of a real murder. So what are we getting ourselves into? Ah! We're actually seeing it. No, it's a blood stain around the face. What? Whoa! I thought we were gonna get like 3 pictures, but this is the real deal now. Yeah, I'm like surprised. Oh, fuck. Damn, holy fuck. The power of the DS. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? How was that wriggly piece of plywood? Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's a blue badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? What's this piece of crap? Yes, well, anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone. The evidence room and some sort of, activity did take place. So the blood on the floor in that corner was, Meekin's. So there was blood of his. Your Honor, instead of relying on early and complete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. That does make sense. Is this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Mystery Man. His face can't be clearly seen in the video. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife? Sir, you must have if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter. The latter, but you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you? Oh yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy that looks directly at people when they're talking with them, you see? Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer. Still, I'm sure it was I bit my badge on it. But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as the barber. Since the face can be returned to an individual, only you can verify it. Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Meekins. Ah! Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best moods. Now, please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? Do you force them to watch two girls with one lock? I kinda like that, yeah. No, sir, I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir. I wonder what kind of methods you said. The dick print. Well, the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints. Then he must be the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir. And this too. The locker you opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir. From people in the know, sir. People in the know? The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. Fuse Meekins, ma'am. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. Gee, Officer Meekins, why does your lock have so many lip prints on it? Yeah, that's a pretty good one there, Sonny. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust this knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state cannot testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. That's right, let's check the court record again. No problem with the security video. No, that's a great video. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there's one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not be Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction. Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Well, we gotta check the gloves. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Suppose we have the defense. Point out plus this alleged contradiction in the video. You would want me to point it out. Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. Set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Wow! It's like you're gonna look and be sure to point out the right thing. Something very strange. How did you get such a good video on a DS? Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Gotta wear out the tape. Now then, Miss Wright, please enlighten us. There's a contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman. Hold on. I mean, there was a handprint there, but I want to see Mr. Goodman himself. Is he looking like he's wearing gloves? Nope, that's, those are pretty bare hands. Is he, wait, are they wearing gloves? Because the handprint just doesn't really matter. It's probably to prove like, oh, his gumshoe getting some paint on him, and that's how it got on his locker. Well, let's compare skin color. Fuck! Get away, fucking flag! The gloves in the records were his, right? No, it's they're from the incident. Not the actual gloves he's using. But it does seem like he's wearing gloves right there. Unless it's like a little shadow. It does seem like the skin is darker. It's not. I mean, he is wearing a super white coat, so it wouldn't make sense. Like his hands are even whiter than the coat. Maybe his badge. Yeah. Goes faster this way. But I do believe he's wearing gloves. Is he wearing a badge? I guess you can't tell. Oh, this is 15. Government's dead! Oh, shit! It's stuck when he's going past again. Yeah, I think the glove is what fell over there. Yeah, I don't fucking see a badge. Yeah, the fucking flag, it's almost infuriating. It is, actually. Alright. Take that! Oh. What was that? No, that was the gloves that we picked up. Is this a piece of evidence that fell? The thing that's strange about this video would have to be, this. Oh, it's like I need to use my eye drops. Well, I don't get it. Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine? The fuck? Someone gets hurt. Yeah, let's check the thing that falls in. Fucking pauses. That's why I shake my cursor, man. At least I don't get hit from this. Yeah, that's definitely the gun that falls. As you can see, the fingers. Would that be the ho 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 ho? Well, no, because this glove right here is the glove here. Well, maybe the locker was just really stacked, But yeah, he's not wearing gloves. Apparently, he's just got that weight of her hands. Wasn't this, sure? Oh, fuck. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Yes, that is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it mean? Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. The point? What you're looking for is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman. Oh yeah. Whew, almost walked right into the defense's trap. Place him under arrest, sir! Rats. You need to slow down and tackle these things one piece at a time. That's what I do. There's no point in cross-examining again. There's a detail about him that's just like, what does the line in the locker mean? Oh, it was already open. Yeah, good eye, good eye. Thing that's strange about this video, it's got to be this, Officer Meekins. So, do you mean me, sir? Just understand it. The locker I purchased works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If the print matches the registered data, then where was that cut? Weird. The light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. So, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, this reminded her to a little earlier. Here. Notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Oh shit, shit! Ah! Order! Order! What's the meaning of this? Very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. The locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When the door is shut, a sensor is triggered. The locker is automatically locked. So the glove was in the way, and when it opened, it just fell out. So it wasn't clearly closed. Oh, I know, it must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show novices should just keep their mouths shut. Well then, Mr. Wright, you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes, where wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Maybe something like jammed the electronic system? Something jammed the sensor. Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this. Wish I could go faster than what I can fast forward. Wait, no, I can fast forward faster. If it's playing. Record scratch, yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got in this situation. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Your Honor, the defendant is not the criminal. Simply, it was me who did this. Here is the proof. As you can see, I'm coming out the corner and I'm killing him. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall when doors are open. I often fall and roll great distances when I open my car door, sir. You can't be sure that item was in the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? He's a very stubborn man, Scott. It hurts sometimes, but he's just, he's just so into it that he negates the damage. So white thing was inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block the electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well, will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? The blue badger itself! This ghost footprint. Handprint. I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. Oh, the video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened the locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir. It would appear so, sir! Order, order, order! He's only smashing down the heart part. Yeah, that's all good. So are we to believe then that the victim whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Miss Edgeworth? The defense was merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. As von Karma from the grave. Oh. Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. Mr. Remand number 2. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use the ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, Detective uses card. An ID card record, I see. Have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. Who's the 4:20 p.m. guy? The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime. Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for a transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too. Although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there. And most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. So, unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. Half my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages. I'd even give the fee for victory's side, sir. Can he just use his right hand for that? It's your amount. The witness can't afford to make any more mistakes. Or he dies. The evidence room must use the ID card. I guess I can present the card here to say, like, yes, but it wasn't the other location. Is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuffs, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. What if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck in my card only when I get out? Well, the remaining time, my ID card gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Maybe I should just leave this one on. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. Isn't lying on the stand perjury? 100% of the people in the AA games should be in jail for that alone. Yep. But I guess, you know, oh, you may go. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. Let it be known that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. Now the prosecutor again. Hey, baby's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, you could hide the evidence. Mommy, is that man bloomer? Shh, don't stare at him. Got the wrong color, kid. It would seem. The Queer Community will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or the consequences. But now let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. The old 20 times in your out rule. Time of the crime, detective had used this card. That was my ID card. The mortar certain didn't seal it, card for another. I believe he testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir, he didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all you had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked. Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Miss Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth too. It's not like Edgeworth should miss something like this. Thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we got. Beat their asses down. Wait one moment, Oxifer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report. Only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out his report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? Can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. But we'll see. Order. So now, what does this all mean? It'll only mean one thing. It doesn't require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. But why was the card over there, though? Or he got another card, so there were two cards? We'll see. Does the prosecution have a response? What if he had his ID card copied by a copy machine and then they took the serial code to enter with his name on it? What? I've only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes? What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... Well, I guess that's right. Something wrong, Mr. Wright. Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't good. Ah, it all comes back to Lana. Well, it seems you finally realized. Exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot, the prosecutor's office. The murder being Miss Lana Sky, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness. Observe the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Ah! I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. Mr. Wright, more like Mr. Stupid. See, the activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana. What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Wow, an anonymous cheer. Who could it be? It's an anonymous cheer. Oh, how many followers does he have? What? Why is it an act? That's weird. One moment, Your Honor. They made an account for an anonymous cheer so that it would have special benefits. And it would do it's like a bot in a way that donates for you. Guess we'll never know. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. It was me. Oh shit. Not so anonymous anymore. However, can it be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot? Stop showing me that thing, dude. It's so creepy. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. It reminds me of another game, but I don't recall what it is. Some really scary shit. It might have been the Nashino game. Not sure. The defense demands further examination to the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This court were to examine this further. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. Prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testified. What is his or her name? Who else is a Texas Ranger? Thinks he's a cowboy. Hold on. 65. Ain't I like 65? I'm alive. And I like it. Call yourself to the stand. I'm an avid cowboy role player, Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? Can't let him know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. Good call. Prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. I call Maya to talk to the victim's geist. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while this witness is superoriented. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Do know that you will only have 10 minutes of break because of that. Yes, no, Your Honor. We are fully aware. I mean, I'm gonna go play on my Nintendo Switch. Wow, I just got a moon in Super Mario Odyssey. Did you guys want to know that? Because I just told you. I'm getting Switch ads. It's like this guy goes in a taxi there. Hey, taxi. And he's like, pulls out his Switch. He's just like playing. And he says, wow, I just got a moon. It's so stupid. Like, I don't think the taxi driver gives a shit. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. Get out right now with that bing bing wahoosh. I haven't figured out anything out. Nana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright. And then the ad is in French too. So he's like, ouais, je viens d'avoir une lune. I'm like, I get ad block. Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. No! Oh, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Bzzz. You like these powers? Bzzz. I can phase in and out whenever I want. Got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. Every time I try to talk to someone. Sorry, detective. Mine's the opposite. I go there, and then I wait like... Oh, hey! I didn't see you there, Miss Guy. And then I wait like 15 minutes until like, are they done talking? It's just like, yeah, I'm just wasting our time, bro. This guy has something real quick. Okay, so have you brought what I asked? Oh, you mean this, right? My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother to bring the SL9 incident files? I'll leave them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident. Belana, that's... I thought Miss Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. Can't believe you're the chief prosecutor where witness in that case. This guy was a witness. Ah! I can't read this in 5 minutes. Take it from me. Don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, but why? Why's your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know, unless I'm the serial killer. I couldn't be. Nana, this SL9 incident. Is that? That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. Joe Dark? No, Lana. That's over with. No! What the fuck is going on? I don't want to know either. Emma, wait. She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Anna and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you might just be able to figure it out. Joe Dark! Thought I'd get back on the trial, Miss Wright. Best of luck. Hey! You expect me to read during the trial? What the fuck? Huh? Yeah, just tell me, bitch. Come on. Cover now reconvened for the trial of Miss Lanaskay. I didn't come back. Quick, the scrap notes. Hold on. Files for the dark killings solved 2 years ago. Touch the checkpoint for details. What was that? So dark. Crime, serial murder, sentence death. Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates. Oh, Jeb Bates. Neil Marshall. Charlotta, head prosecutor, Moses Ruth, witnesses, last guy, monsieur. Investigations Task Force, 6 year Dem and Gant, Sky. Yeah, good to have one of the witnesses as an investigator, isn't it? An investigator, Bruce Goodman, Jack Marshall, Angel Star. Jabates. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to count the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Drinking. Me, partner? I'm just a man, same as you, wandering trails of civilization. Casually helping the elderly across intersections when needed. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As he speak while drinking. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct? My name is... According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? What do you mean? This para's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In English. Not English, I can't speak that. My job was to keep a wary eye on that barn orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Oh, you speak Wild West. Anything but English. Can't say I particularly care for your attitude. Can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activated locks inside the evidence room? Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? It's not being very helpful. Not that good with machines, or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Now, he says he's not there, but we do have his fingerprints. So he was actually there. Let's see if he's gonna spill the beans somewhere where I can pin it down. How exactly do you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even damn in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. Nothing unusual is recorded. Tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. But what if there's an invisible man, huh? Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't good to do him any good. It isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard the word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No, Desperado, I know that's rules get in this way. No Desperados I know join the police force. Well, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime? Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been that crypt in weeks. So that would be a good one to pin it on. The second one. How does this guy avoid being fired? Inside the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. You used to be a detective, so you used the evidence room in the past, right? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism. Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bag works. That's quite, incredible. Sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are not aware of their presence. Now that he mentions this. Detective Gumshoe said something like that, too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even angel steak lunches can beat that Paris Vongoli sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us? You've been in your police duties to eat some noodles. Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edward says, Did you not want to raise this year? Yeah, eat some burritos, racist. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crowd, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Paying your superiors though. Okay. My trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it though, I better up the ante. Fuck, what do you mean I can't use it yet? Could he be the 77777 guy? Wait. Okay. I thought Marshall was there. I wanted to say something, but I forgot. Forgot. I mean, I had an idea, but the whole, like, I can't use my trump card yet. Kind of screws it over. Press him on this one. We see a knife in the courtroom. And alcohol. He's not good with machines, but he knew there were 2 security systems. That's my only machine-like thing I could present. Well, why at the lead do we have this show? But he did say he didn't know how. Wait. He said he didn't know how it works, right? But no, he says there's 2 systems. The card reader and the camera. Wait, what's the first part? Oops. Oh, spaghetti! Oh shit! Fuck, I keep skipping it. Because they talk about the lockers, but that has nothing to do with what he knew about the system. I mean, I could try, but he didn't know about the whole system. Nope. Yeah, you're stupid. I'm sorry, but I can't see nothing faulty. Ugh. Yeah, you were eating spaghetti? Yeah, no way, dude. No way, Jose. Because of this. Like, I'd like to try to print already, but it's like all red and shit, you know? It's like, no, this is the big boy. You don't want to use this yet. Unless the 777, you know, is him. It just shows like, yeah, he's been there. They've been there. Because, you know, the Lucky Luke, you know, lucky man. I'm sorry, but you failed the case. I was like, well, if you make 3 rounds a day, why is it not there? But he doesn't do them. Well, isn't it also just so you can see it properly? What do you mean? You weren't eating spaghetti? The toilet logs indicate that you had a really bad poop attack at exactly 2:13 p.m. Who eats spaghetti at 2:13 p.m.? What do you mean, the shoulder? Well, on 3 rounds a day? Does he specify like, yeah, I only do 2? On the day of the crime, right? You heard his word to said? Because I'd like to know if he's a lucky 7 man, but... So it would be so good to just pin this one right here, but... Dark killings. Like 6 people died in that. It's fucked up. Well, nothing that would matter now, at least. Well, I mean, apparently one of his parents died. Which will probably give like a motive for stuff later, but for now, nothing too important. Well, I mean... I got 2 things I could present that comes to mind, but... Let's try the... Present day. Taking so many hits that I gotta say, gotta be a pussy. Wow, 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 wow. That's not that. Bzz, what happened? The game broke. What the fuck? It's probably the hard part Kaba was talking about. Meow 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 meow. Hey. Damn, who knew eating spaghetti could be this strong? Better up the ante. And then this one. It's time for the blue badger. Why? There's something moving in there, dude. The fuck's a bone record again? The evidence room. Aha, but if you look at the map of the city, there isn't a street side saloon down at the time it went down near the place. Does the Emperor not work? I can't do it yet. Phoenix is like, we gotta play it up the ante first. Oh, let's break it down! You know? He wants to make it a big boom. Yes, I tried. Yes, I didn't try the right place. Yeah, Kaba talked about one of the parts in the trial that's super difficult to see through. Like again, they're like, what about this? What the fuck, dude? Fuck you, Phoenix. Fuck you, dude. Don't speak to me anymore. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd that is you being called in to testify like this? After all, you were in the security room at the time of the crime. You dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. Yeah, like, oh, present. I wasn't there. Haha. Yeah, you were there. What? I mean, you don't have any evidence against me. Haha. Wow. I do have a super trump card, but I shouldn't use it yet. I need to speak it up first. Oh, yeah, there you go. I don't know. Stop Not my fault, it's the game. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. This'll roll good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crib. Pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, the fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? The blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away, however. The minimal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall. Aha! Evidence that was not approved by the police. Seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on and shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime. Blood-stained fingerprints. I ate too much taco. Like I said, it's only natural, like for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Blood-stained and fingerprints are completely unrelated. Alright. Did you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? Had nothing to do with it. The witness's explanation appears valid. Though there's room for doubt. Life won't be fun without any doubt, partner. Defense may not cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. No chance to prove it. Need to read that part about the gloves again. Like, how does he know? It's because you. How'd you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. Let's see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint that was never changed. Must have been using a fingerprint lock without even knowing it. What is that? The update? Old locker. Well, them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Well, mine, it's no mystery. Please explain. The locker's covered my fingerprints. This so happened. The mirror touched my locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. And one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. Oh, fuck. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's the type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. Let's see what homonyms have to do with this. But didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? Hey, what does he say then? How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. Keep up on the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on the handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place his hand on the top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? Picture? The still blood in the desert is just food for the wizards. There's only one reality, and that's this. Security. As long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Well then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? Or was it you, actually? What do you mean by that? You want to tie me into this crime, isn't that right, partner? So, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. Camera's spanning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. Someone was familiar with the camera's position. You could leave the room without being caught on tape. Which makes complete sense. Enough time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. And I'm completely not being racist here, but it's a thing I noticed earlier. Tread carefully, Miss Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. My explanation points was the incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. There's only one part where you can see a bit of his head. And they clearly show dark skin. Or maybe not that much, but maybe. I mean, it couldn't be like a beard. You can't have the same beard going. But he is pretty white. Let it play out a bit. Ah! But that is like basically the only time where you can even see a tiny bit of skin. You smoking? The guy behind the flag. Is he smoking? You even know if he smokes. No, I think that's the thumb on the knife. That's more skin there. No Americans. Ta-da! Just give me a sec. Bring our attention back to the security camera. Is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. Can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. See this locker that has a white cloth sticking out? This is the witness's locker. Why is the judge speaking? Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Ah yes, I too am aware of the cloth. And I've actually picked it up on too. Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. Yeah, I guess you... what's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Sir Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order, order, it won't hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault you happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just plain dumb. He really is dumb. They always dig all the holes. That's great. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call you bluff. You say I opened that locker. Now prove it. A fingerprint sensor. Talked about this earlier today. Lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There's even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint marks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Me, I'm getting some beef jerky. I ain't got one word for your partner. No! What the fuck? Order, order, order. Witness, explain yourself. Where'd that burst of wind come from? This is a joke. It's the worst I've ever heard. Assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olay, please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfire? That's right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest of from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. That's all then. Where was the witness? I see Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. The only possible conclusion is that Marshall was Meekins. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Bah, come on, stupid. Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Preposterous, even. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Was that as hell looking? No, he just got knocked out. He got stabbed in the hand. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. The man had his ID card. Why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You got quite an imagination, pardon me. I've got a term for that. Let's call it circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? You still deny it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving you're dressed up as a victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. Can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence? Any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Mr. Fisher Marshall dressed up as a victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Ah! This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? Yeah, on the floor plans, because Meekins brought in as the suspect that killed, so he's like, he's not the V, he's the K. Even though he's like the one that gets knocked the fuck out. Looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Nick, try thinking outside the box. The part that's sticking out the box, of course! Shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. What do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means, he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument. Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is taken out of the locker seems to indicate that. He opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. Don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away your white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open this locker. And if I do recall, there was a white hat in this office. Which did kind of look like it played the part, but... No, it was more of a cowboy thingy, not a fedora. Do I show the blood stain on it? There are many things I could show, but it's basically because like he's wearing gloves. He wants to hide the coat, the costume entirely. Is that gonna work? Can I do it like in between so like it covers the blood and the gloves? If left in the clothes wearing blood, he'd be out and innocent. Yeah, but maybe he was thinking, since he was the only one that can open it, maybe he was thinking like, I can take care of this later when when the poopy has blown over. Because why would he hide the gloves anyways? Right? I mean, he did hide the gloves because then his handprint is left. His left handprint at that, so you can't like... It's kind of weird, but... No, it was the right imprint, actually. No, that's a thumb there, man. I thought it was a pinky. There was that. It's not like... Because of the fiber matching. Huh? What do you mean by that? Meekin's a good cop. Yeah, he did what he could. Like the fuck out of it though. But... Ooh. Damn, look at that bloody hand. Yeah. Oh. What's the stain on the wall? I think there's just like an old poster or something. If the gloves and coat were found, they got probably matched. Probably matched it up. If the gloves and coat were found, they got probably matched it up with anything on the smudge print. The other stain? That? Paper? Stain? Eh? Whatever. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room. I don't know what that reason was yet. However, something unexpected happened. Yeah, I guess Meekins wasn't supposed to be here. If Officer Meekins barged in on you, when asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked. The white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. Bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, huh, partner? Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated you. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Hedgeworth. 2 years ago, if you're only half as persistent as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? So, Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. Alright. Seems the time has come. I mean, you didn't kill anyone, so... no point admitting. Had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I saw the detective's ID and dresses just like him. Planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. He managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But the supposed victim was really you. There's one thing I still don't understand. Large quantities of blood traces were found on the floor of the evidence room. No one was murdered, then how could that be? Mr. Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. Looked like too much blood for that. Yeah, kind of. I mean, I kinda nudged it off for that, but yeah, that's not blood. And doing that there, I just couldn't stand by and let it die. When you say it, you mean? Do you even have to ask, partner? Yes, on that incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transfer that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When the case is closed, only a detective who was in charge of it can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. The case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? Well, there was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. Plan to take out the evidence. Why'd you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying on the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. The detective's ID card. Sold that the morning of the incident. But that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. Oh, and since he had it, he could have just put the card back down at the scene of the crime in the parking lot. I returned his ID card. Nothing on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. Yeah, exactly. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprint. Normally, that locker shouldn't have opened. So it opened because a rubber glove was stuck in the door by chance. Then Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. He's a big goof. Wasn't expecting Officer Meekins, I'm not the man. Pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? I just saw I was a little surprised. I planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Sir Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. Have to think a little more about his race this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me. I ended up cutting him slightly. Sorry I had to turn on that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to you now? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So what happened next? I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go in the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think I would make a difference, though. Security tape is erased every 6 hours. If I had gone as planned, no footage would have been there. However, you played your code in your struggle with Officer Meekins. Someone was in the security room when I came out. The jig would have been up. I opened my locker, stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. 3 singers on that day. There was an murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim showing that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? I stole it. When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Miss Edgeworth, where's that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. What did I find on the... Nobody check my pockets. May I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. Police, this is no small office. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. You can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are for a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. No, he's not head investigator, but he was on it. But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for those crimes. One thing I can say for sure, he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. Better take another look at the files. Alright. Probably just the parents. His dad died. I'll just present it either way. Because what else could I do? So Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file right here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In the list of murder victims. Neil Marshall, are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. Oh yeah, it's Hat Man. You received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? Your prosecutor? Must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. You handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. What's his relation to you? He was my brother. What? Not his father, but the brother. My brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, chief detective at the time. Oh fuck. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Whoa, that guy looks like a fucking killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. It's a pocket knife. He was arraigned and then incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in the fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane reactions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. It was shipped to Hawaii with Elvis. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. The murder took place at the police department that day. Things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? Gotta be more than just that. If no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office's parking was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lanaskei. But wait, a verdict still hasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me, this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All the mysteries at the police department have been uncovered. No contradictions remain. The murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lanaskei. There were no errors in the testimony of the witness, Angel Star. If you have a response, make it one word or less. Ah! I rest my case. Seems the trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time. Disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security cameras tape really was fake. I didn't realize. That would end up proving Nana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Ah! That's not what I meant to say. Hold it! What? Wow! Your Honor, wait. Emma, the defense has an objection. A scientific objection, right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Miss Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Whoa, he's so nice! I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SN9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it. The names of both Sky's sisters weren't that far. That's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew it. His fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. That other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker? No fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. Huh? So did you find something? No. No? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Gotta go on training under waterfalls. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If you can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can say that, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lennon will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? Look wrong. Handprint left at the crime scene. Clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping. Mr. Wright? You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that when drawn would completely change the meaning of the blood mark. That is part of the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use. Question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? I mean, it was right in front of it. Because technically, due to the position of the mascot, we couldn't see it in the video. So we don't know if something had happened before then. So why is that there? As the mascot is blocking everything perfectly. Are you sure Larry didn't just make it? Are you sure, Gumshoe, you didn't? That was a solo work? What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So? Watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well? Well, what? That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. Wow. Why does a man have a knife in the courtroom? He's got alcohol too. No, he's got cactus juice. That's right. So that means, just exactly what does that mean? Well, to be frank, the knife he's using was used to stab Meekins, so it could have been like an evidence. It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. That's right. Think it through scientifically. Emma, how'd you get next to me? On that afternoon. Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? Let's say put it down. It would be impossible to leave a handprint in that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one more minute. Will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. Wait. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman, when it was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refute you. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, That does not explain the blood mark found in the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves it occurred. When did the first incident occur? So where's the defense claims then? Prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was disguised as detective. Goodman, another incident took place in the evidence room. The blood mark on the locker proved this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? Proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? Well... 420! I mean, what else, right? Who is Mr. Jackpot? As far as time goes... The crime took place inside the evidence room, then the perpetrator would have had to have entered the room. In order to do so, an ID card is required. An ID card? Oh! The ID card record. So Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at... Let's see here. 4:50. The crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? I never figured you had nerve, boy. Put off the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure it out. To figure it could have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. Switch places now! I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminal test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 777777777. Sorry, please talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Officer Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7777777. Miss Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 777777777. It's 17 too many, Your Honor. Oh shit. Fortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least, I'll present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. Captain 7? That's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority. An official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge. You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate if it would keep your slander to your... Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Nana. Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 7777777. Don't blame me for a fool, partner. That's what I meant. I want to ask. I want to know is one thing about that incident. Yes, the night incident. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need a witness to repeat this question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Miss Sedgwick. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana, I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why don't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But, Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. The sad music? There's 2 stands, I think, Scott. She's like, the defendant's always at the stand, but we just see the, I don't know, man. But the defendant is always there, but I guess it was like the little bandage where you're like, yeah. See, that's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order, 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 order! Then his remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. To be continued. So, I don't investigate still, right? I guess I would. This is most likely a long part, right? Come on! Does anyone know if it's like, go down 6:30 a.m. I should be sleeping. Why can't this trial just handle? We might have another 3 to 4 hours, is the thing, Asher. So, does anyone acquainted with the game can say? Life isn't fair. Because we'd have to finish Tuesday otherwise. Yeah, I was trying to really thinking. Hello? Anyone present? Zeno? You would know. I do not know, smiley face. Didn't I even, fuck, 7 demons show up? What? I didn't say Koji, come on. Yep, I'm waiting for the next part. Koji's gonna be like, what happened? Did I miss anything? I was gone for 4 hours. I've been in full screen the whole time, super immersion down. Investigation and then 1 big huge trial, yeah. Which could be an easy like 4 hours again. Because it's gonna be like, because since we have to fucking, we're probably gonna have to figure out the other case as well, right? Like, wow, So. This is entirely from skimming through the strategy guide, trying not to read anything. So far I've done good not to spoil myself. Nice. Zeno or Calbat? You guys around? They would know. Wake up, sleepy bones. Wait, shit, that's dead. Please, we're wasting precious time. That's a bit too fast, digital.
Holy smoke!
They're both reasonably loud. I. Does anyone know? Hello? Huh? Hello? Kaba? Xenophobia? Underscore? Kaba 93? What part of the case you on? This is the third day. Like the last part. The beginning of it. And we're trying to see like how long is it gonna take? Should we do it now or it could be like I should go for it so Pole Game may live this last day is very long. You'd say about like 4 to 5 hours, Draxic? It's my first time, so like you have to take in like the head scratcher. The 2 to 3 hours, possibly. It's quite the spectacle. Because one other thing we could do is I could do Yakuza on Tuesday. And we finish this Saturday. That way, like most people that were here can probably catch it still. Because it's the weekend. Wow! Alright. Other than a Tuesday, like who's there for that? Eating a whole week. Fuck. Yeah, like this Saturday. The one that we're, you know. The one that's right coming up, or already there if you're in EST at least. Hungry, defense attorney. I'm cool with that. Kogan, you cool with that? I'm also going through the MC4 before 5 comes out. Nice. Luckily, it's not that long of a game, so you'll have time. Hmm? I mean, because you have to take like the voice acting too. That always adds a well, the professional voice acting. That always adds a bit of time. Like Ghost Trick. It took way longer than what a typical playthrough is, because there was all the reading out loud stuff. Which kind of fucked up my planning, because I was like, no, we're gonna finish it tonight. And then it took 12 hours or something. We went a bit overboard though. I think it's like to keep the spirit going. Like it's better for you. We did Saturday. It's like day after day, day after day. Cool. I mean, I just want the people that like haven't seen it too to be like, yeah, I can watch it. Not like, oh fuck, I'm gonna miss it. Because they're mostly Europeans. So. Fucking Europeans, go fucking America. Ah, forehand. It's not that hard. Hmm? I'm gonna gift a sub to 7 level in the meantime. So I can already submit the other emote. Casino could, for some reason. Wow. Look at that. What's going on? I complete the purchase. Oh, no, 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 no.
Oh, no.
I need to see if I can fix it too. Alright, 15 sub points. Yeah, no, everyone's fucking dead. They just don't know what to say. Everyone died. Do not know, therefore I do not know. Well, it's alright. We're not gonna go overboard. We're not gonna do a long stream. We'll just cut it short. Or cut it adequately. And yeah, we'll continue it Saturday night, 8 p.m. Blah 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 blah. But then we'll do Yakuza on Tuesday. And since it'll most likely like take 4 hours or something, 4 or 5 hours, we can do a bit of Yakuza after the Saturday stream. It's like some subquests and stuff. That's a good time for me. Thank you. Very cool. Alright, cool. See? As long as you know, don't want to leave the king in the dust, you know? He wants to watch this. But yeah, cool. Alright. I guess that's it then. I'm gonna go do nothing for a good while. Nice. So much free time. It's kind of weird to not end the stream at 5 a.m. like I usually do, because I always get a bit overboard. Should catch up on Vaz, I know. Yeah. My cat. Alright. Phoenix week. That's, well, you know. Yeah. Alright, cool. Well. It's only been it's 4:20. 4:20 minutes. I guess we are the 77777, man. Wherever. Okay, cool. Alright. Well, go rest up and stuff. No, we're not doing it. Alright? We'll do it tomorrow. Saturday. Alright, cool. Bye bye.